Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the IndieTales game dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Thursday edition of the stream. Today we're going to be working on more Insignia dev, of course. I've been really busy today, just trying to get through my week. I'm sitting in a nice comfy chair now for the first time in a long time. I'll explain it in a bit, but I want to welcome everybody who's here in chat from YouTube and Twitch. Welcome. Big thanks to Chels Raw for the most recent follow and Lazy T Studios for the most recent subscription. Welcome. For those of you who are maybe watching this in the VOD, I want to, of course, make a quick announcement, if you haven't done so already, to go ahead and wishlist Insignia on Steam. I put a lot of effort into the Steam page. I would love for you to check it out and hit that green button if you want to support the project. Thank you so much. So let's talk about the chair. So my wife's had this really comfy office chair for like 5 years, and I've been sitting in a much less comfortable one. And recently I was like, I'm just tired of not having an armrest. I'm tired of being uncomfortable. She doesn't sit in the chair. She hasn't sat in this chair for 5 years. It's just been sitting at her desk, which she doesn't use. So yesterday I was like, can I please sit in the chair until you want it again? She's like, yeah, you can have it. So now I have a nice comfy chair. I know, it's crazy. I work from home and she doesn't. So it's just one of those things, you know. No armrest that whole time. Yeah, I know. We're just creatures of habit, and I just got used to not having them. So, you know how it goes. All right. I want to say, what else? I've been really productive this morning. Woke up on the right side of the bed, got a ton of work done, and mostly like, I got a lot of work done that's like difficult work for me, like administrative work, like sending invoices and writing emails and reaching out to people for things that I don't usually talk to them about and things like that. You know, like being a director is hard. It's really hard to do it, but I'm doing my very best. And I've also, I can say confidently, been making some really good progress on Insignia's new systems. You know what it is, not having an armrest? It means that your desk, you need to sit closer to it. And my desk is quite shallow. So without the armrests, I'm sitting up here so that my elbows can rest on something. With the armrest, I can sit back, which is much, I think, better. And I can reach forward and type on my keyboard, and the keyboard doesn't have to be right at the edge of the desk. Anyway, it just gives me an extra bit of space. So let me tell you. Well, do you know what I used to do that I don't do now, that I might regret at some point? I used to be able to cross my legs in the chair. The armrests here don't let me do that. So we'll see if that becomes an issue later. All right. So I've been making some really good progress. Do you want to see it? Oh, thank you, Ken. Thank you. Check this out. So check this out. Oh, thank you so much, Slatefire. So now we have our accessory menu. You only got 2 slots. If I pick up this thing, it's an accessory pouch. Now I got 3 slots. So there'll be one of these like per chapter. And then we got a spiked bracer. That's cool. And then this is just a test sword. So now I can go here and I can select the spiked bracer, and it sits across these two, which is cool. And then I can go pick this test sword and put it there. And if I get other items, I can put them across here as well. And they all do stuff now. In fact, let me show you. I'll get some other items in here that I've got systems already in the game for. So we've got this spiked bracer. What else have we got? We've got the ring of comfort. We've got the reckless ring. I might rename these. They might not all be rings because I want to size them based on their power. We've got the, I call it the, well, we've got the magnet ring. That's cool. We've also got the mugger's ring. I'll tell you what all of these do in a sec. We've got the, where is this item that does the, determination, cello, busted, assist ring, accessory pouch, iron short blade, pommel handle, mattock, off key. I think I called it a blood ring, right? No? No? Well, I can check what I called it because I can go to the game engine and I can go down here and go to where vampirism is. Oh, Crimson Band. Okay. That's a good idea for a name. Okay. So that's not even all of the rings in chapter 1, but I'll show you what each of them do. So let's get the spiked bracer. When enemies attack you while holding the spiked bracer, they take half of the damage that they did. That's cool. That deserves 2 slots. The sword is just a sword. We'll have to have that be something that you place when you want to equip your sword. The Crimson Band gives you back HP every time you hit an enemy. The Magnet Ring, that makes coins jump towards you. The Mugger's Ring gives you more coins. The Reckless Ring gives damage to your dodge roll. The Ring of Comfort gives you 15% extra HP or 15 points of HP. And that's good for now. So let's go and check that out. So now watch this. See, he took 15 points of damage and then he took damage when we rolled past him. And then boom, boom, boom. Did we get the vampirism effect? Maybe not. Have to check that one. Oh, let me show you something cool. Check this out. Because bees don't have that much HP, when they attack you, they just die instantly. Oh, it's a very small amount. Oh, I did. I got a little bit of HP back. I did. A tiny amount. That's right. I'm thinking I might make it give you back more, but I'll make it take half your HP away. Like your max HP gets halved. So you can juggle with the dodge roll now, which is cool. And then, yeah, same thing with these things. You could just literally run up and just bump. Hooray. Also, in the top right, in the top left up there, you can see we've got space for icons. These icons are going to reflect the effects that we've got equipped. So I haven't drawn those yet. And yeah, we get to do that in a bit. So today we're going to be doing a bit more of the art for these, making it more and more consistent. And we might not make these all rings. They might be bigger things than that, but right now they're rings just because it's the default thing. What else? think that's it for now. So we've got pouches, we've got the system. You can rearrange things in the system. So you can kind of like, you know, take this away, put this there, put that there. This obviously can't be rearranged if it's there without making stuff go away. And then the menu works, so that's all good. I want to do fast travel today as well, if we can get to it. So let's see if we can make that vampirism system do more damage. Consume more HP, but give us less max HP. Let's see if that works. So vampirism, properties, health mod, malt is 0.5. And then on vampirism, I guess it's like minus 0.5. I don't know how to calculate that yet. And then we'll call this 50%, 20%. No, 10% of your max HP. So you have to get at least 10 hits gives you back to full health, but you have half max health. Now, let's go to status. I'm really happy with how the status effect system has actually come up. Like, it's working very well for what I wasn't really anticipating much from it. Like, it was kind of a little difficult to set up. We spent like a day in chat figuring out how should this be built. Now that it's built, it's great. Vampirism with a Y. Oh, that's a little bit, that's a bit fancy for me. A vampire with a Y is like a flaming vampire. Vampire. Okay. So malt health. I guess then it should be negative to make that work. Negative 0.5 to the multiplier. Does that make sense? I don't even know if maths works that way. Oh, it's the last ring. Okay. Oh, it actually totally worked. Great. Oh, but my health, it didn't take away the health that I had. Okay, so now it's like don't. I wonder if it'll let me recover health, like over health. I don't think so. It's actually really cool. That's a cool system. It worked. Yeah, clamp it. That's right. Oh, and doing hits to multiple enemies brings it back so quickly. Something about the vampirism effect in games, it scratches my noodle in such a satisfying way. Because, like, one, I love the idea of undoing my mistakes. Two, I love the idea of being at max HP. So, like, and three, I love challenge. So, like, you give me more of a challenge. I get to feel like I'm at max health more often, and I get to undo my mistakes. Oh, perfect. Like, all of the anxiety of running around with low health gets undone if you give me max health. Yeah, get in there and be safe, exactly. As long as I play well from now on, you know, as long as I'm playing mostly good, then I can be rewarded for being a little bit fast and loose. It's just such a cool system. I have another one that I'm going to call, like, I don't know what I should call it, like money hungry or something like that. Like the effect where you get HP back when you get coins. I think that would be fun too. And then that crossed with the mugger's ring means you get more coins when enemies die, and then you get HP back when you get the coins. But I think I would make it so that the coins are worth less. They become like bronze coins instead of silver coins. Will you have a bonus when at max HP? Ooh, that would be a good one too, actually. See, this is what we need. This is what we need. We need more ideas like this, chat. Yeah, let's do it. Okay, so yeah, those items, this stuff makes my brain very happy. Because, you know, you want to get excited for stuff, even if it's marginal benefits. The idea that your energy went into doing something that's valuable for the game. Hey, it worked straight away. Nice. Like the idea that you worked for something and you got some little bit of a payoff and it lets you customize the way you play a little bit extra, a little bit more. Mwah. And it costs me basically nothing to invent these. I did like 4 of these yesterday. It was easy. I just got to do the art for them now. Hey, Zuchit, Zukit. Thank you. All right. So, yeah, that's a great idea. A max health bonus. Oh. Where were we? Accessories. Future opportunities. Effect when player is at max HP. Maybe effect right after player takes damage. And then effect that procs as long as the player hasn't taken damage recently. That's not very nice. I don't like that one. Effect that effect. Maybe like when airborne. Ooh. I've got a, oh yeah, I've got a guard system in the game, and right now you take a little bit of damage when you guard. Just because, hang on, can I jump over this? No. I sucked the coins up as I picked up the magnet ring. Yeah, like right now when you guard, you take a bit of damage. It'd be cool to have a ring that it's like a perfect guard. Or an accessory. Okay, so let's think about these things. Yeah, like a shield, basically. So we've got Crimson Band. I think this could be like a bangle. And I think we could make it do we balance it? Auto parry? It's kind of got like an actual you don't take damage parry, like a reflex ring or something like that. Right now there is a retaliation, like a revenge accessory. But auto parry is that seems very that seems kind of late game. It would have to be huge. There's also a brooch that gives you, oh, like a last chance accessory would be great. The only problem with last chance is it can't, it has to have a threshold on it. That's a cool idea. So like, if your health is not critical, anything that would have killed you, let's say you have 50% HP, leaves you with 1 HP. As long as you weren't at critical health. How about the idea of an item that benefits from the character having lower health? Yeah, we mentioned that a bit earlier. Yeah, I think instead what I'll do is have an effect when you're on low HP, like a red outline around your health bar that's like pulsing or something like that, that shows you that you're at critical. I don't think I want a line. I think it'll just be like a visual effect. Hey, I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be right back. Quick bio break. I'm back. Okay. So, oh, thank you so much. Yeah, I'm not going to do like a big red flashing vignette on the screen. That's not really the way that I roll. But we'll see how we go. Let's maybe we should mock that up though, if we're going to do stuff around critical health. Well, right now we don't have anything to do with it, so it's fine. I'm back. So I think the magnet ring can definitely be a ring. That's totally fine. I wonder if I can go 3232 and then have a tag that's called sprite and then grid or like accessory. Or I could even, yeah, okay, it's fine. I think I know what I'm doing here. A last stand. Yeah, I think I like the thing that I'm a little cautious about is anything that's like got a real-time component to it. I feel like adding specific mechanics just for the purpose of like one thing, it's not out of the question, but it's certainly for me a little bit outside of the current sort of like design language of the game. Like the game definitely is an action game, but yeah, I'll have to think about it. I want this just to be a little bit squarer. Nice. Yeah, like proc chance would be a little bit closer. Will the accessories have lore? Sort of. I mean, they're kind of like right now, the accessories are they're part of quests. Like you have to do quests to get the recipes for them, or like the designs for them. So like this one, for example, was designed by a blacksmith who used to live in the city where Armin is from, and has that guy, the previous blacksmith to Orinstead before Armin's father, he passed away. He died. And this was a ring that he designed. So it's kind of like you're almost like learning a little bit about the world and the characters in the world while you're discovering these abilities and things that you're using in the game. Equipment and stuff. Yeah, so there is lore for sure. Okay. Happy with that. A little complicated looking though. That's a bit better. That's no good. Might also do this just to emphasize the depth. Not bad. Hey, Ocelot. No, they're not getting resized larger. They are getting adapted to match the way the system currently works now. Because there's, well, I don't know if you've seen it, but I can show you. So we have a system now where there are equipment slots. And you can get pouches. Pouches give you more slots. You have the sprites for the items in the world. And then in the game, they can have, in the equipment menu, they can have different sizes. So the idea being that like in this context, you might need like a little bit, you might need more slots to place something in. If it's a really powerful item, it might require more equipment slots. And it might have a shape that makes it hard to work with a different thing, if that makes sense. That's interesting. Why does that look like it's not point filtered? That looks white. All of this looks very blurry to me all of a sudden. I don't know what that is. It is point filtered. Why does it look like that? Very strange. Set native size? No. That's very weird. I've never seen that before. And it's not just... Look at that. Look at all of that. It's all of it's blurry. The whole canvas. Is it a positioning thing? Oh. That might have done something. Oh, force child expand? No. Oh, there's like... No. It's just not quite right, any of it. The fact that the word equipment looks fine tells me something's going wrong further down the list. Oh, is it this? Not that. What is this? I don't know. Yeah, it's fine if Pixel Perfect's off. I don't really use that. I've never seen these before. It's the first time this has happened. I did put canvases on this. But wait. No. How very strange. Hey Adam, do you not use preview to see your image in Sprite? Yeah, I just don't like it. I just don't like to look. I think what it is when I'm working, this thing up here, I see it as a distraction. Like my eyes are here. To shift my focus all the way over to here and then look back makes me lose focus on what I'm doing. No, it's not an import setting. Because if I look over at the scene, look how sharp they are here. Hey, Mentos. Hey, that's fair feedback. If you play Zelda, they actually, the rupees don't fade out. I'm pretty sure they just appear and disappear. But, of course, it would make it smoother, for sure. It feels to me like it's like a positioning issue, like it's just off center or something like that. But I can't see anything that is off center. Could it be the content spacing here? I'm surprised that doesn't do anything either. Hang on, is this paused because of some crash? Nope. Okay, that's fine. And look, you can see when I get on the right axis, it kind of corrects itself a little bit. So it makes me think that there's something's off here by exactly like by half a pixel. Could it be the width and height of these things? Man, it's so bizarre looking at this. I don't know what's happening. Because the title comes up really nicely. I don't think it will make any difference to move it up. I mean, we've got a grid layout group. Spacing, cell size, padding. I mean, that doesn't fix it. It just moves them. What is this? Honestly, no idea. No, it's not a 2x versus 1x issue. You can see it at every x. This is 1080p. You can see it blurred there. I mean, if you up it to 4K, it'll look smoother for sure. But that doesn't fix the issue. Oh, actually, that looks perfect. Oh, but is it perfect, or is it just that we have more pixels to see the depth? If I turn this off, does that fix it? It did fix it. So there's an issue with the texture that's being rendered. Because this integer scaling thing, not integer scaling, this video graphical fidelity on, what that does is it super samples the pixel setting, the pixels. So if I turn it off, then it'll do no special anything with the game. It'll just show things as they are. This looks good, but can you see here? Notice how like this is 2 pixels. See how this is like 2 pixels and this is 1 pixel? That means that this isn't being drawn properly relative to where it's not being drawn on a pixel at 32 by 32. It's being drawn maybe 32 by 32, but off by a pixel or something like that. So The thing is, this is being controlled, I'm pretty sure, by the grid, the layout group, which says that the cell size is 32 by 32. It forces that to be the case. Yeah, but the thing is, this is just the pivot for where these things go. That's not a big deal. That just means that it's anchored at the top. There's nothing wrong with that. It just means that when we draw the thing, we draw it from that position rather than from the center. And it's clearly everything in this grid. If I took this away, I mean, what if I said like, hang on, what if I said like 0 and 0? Well, that's not right. 33 by 33 and 2 and 2. Well, that's not right. The thing that bothers me about this a little bit is that these background images, they're sliced. So it shouldn't even matter. Like they should just look right no matter what's happening. Hang on a second. Oh, does it not scale? No, it does. It's perfect. As it is right now, it's perfect in terms of what it looks like it's supposed to be doing. Wait, it looks good now. What? Yeah, it looks fine now. What the heck? Maybe because I turned the graphical fidelity option off. I wonder if it's going to try and do it again. If I turn it on. No, it's perfect. So it could be that we started with it on. Push to prod. Perfect. Anyway. That sucked. All right. Well, I'll just move on with my life, I guess. If it comes up again, we'll know where to look. What does this do? Hey, that's pretty good. I have like components. You can see here for the different parts of the weapon. I could just redraw them from scratch. Whack. Whack is right. Super whack. Yeah, that's a little big anyway. It does look good though. Anyway, drawing from scratch. So I want the sword to sort of be more like this. Maybe we'll go like that, and then do. Hi, Mr. Mobs. Sorry about that. Come on, man. Better. Okay. It does get upgraded for sure, but I'm not sure in what. I'm not sure how I want to express that in the game. Like you get crystals that you embed into it as you get stronger. That's a big part of it. It's probably a little bit too big still. I might even just pull this apart just so that I don't have to shade in that. I just think that looks nicer personally. And then I might even shrink this by 1. Cool. Kind of looks a little bit simple as just 3 like that. I mean, maybe it could be blockier, or maybe the bracer should be smaller. Hey, Toka. I don't want to make it bigger. It can't be 4. If it's 4, that just takes a row away from you. That doesn't make any sense. I could definitely make it wider. I can make the magnet ring and the bracer a little smaller. Well, the bracer, yeah. Yeah, you will have, that is the sword that you're holding. That's right. It's quite wide, isn't it? But then that's super narrow. This is not easy. I think that's fine. And then I've just got to go back to that bracer. Bracer.asprite. And then somehow make it smaller. I mean, it already is much smaller. But smaller still, I guess. Maybe just the 2 rows instead of, we just cut this one out. This track, I think I've mentioned it on stream before. Every time I hear it, I just hear the Drake diss track. I hear the Kendrick track. They not like us. They not like us. Certified. Certified. You know what I mean? It's not even the tempo. It's like it's just the beat. It's way down tempo from the track, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't know why my brain goes where it goes with some of these music connections. I was thinking about one yesterday that really bothers me. Actually, I couldn't sleep because of it. That's how bad I am. There's a track by, oh, what is her name? You know the, we don't need your money, money. I'm trying to make the world dance. Forget about the price tags. That was so off key, but you know what I mean. What's her name? Cha-chang, cha-chang, ba-blang, da-blang. We're trying to make the world. Jessie J. That song is Alicia Keys, right? You got it, Muhani. It's such a blatant ripoff of no one get in the way of what I feel. They're the same song, just with different lyrics. Ding 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 ding. But like, you know what? I'll go and listen to them, and they won't be the same. I'll be like, what was I thinking of? But they sound the same to me. Forget about the money, money, money. No one, no one. It's like the same. Oh, there is a mashup? Okay, so I'm not crazy then. It's a thing. Someone else has heard this and agrees with me. I think I might have to do something where like I draw a rectangle around the selected item, not selected, around the items, like to show, like you can see the sword crosses 3 of these, but it might be nice to have like a locked in rectangle around the sword to show like, yes, this sword takes up 1, 2, 3 as like an outline. Yeah, I think I specifically would want to do like these gaps. I think I know what I'm looking for. A calculator. I think I want to do something like this and go like all the way around. There it is again. They're not like us. They're not like us. Is it the same? Is it a different track or is it the same track that's playing right now? We just somehow found ourselves back here. No, that looks different. Or am I just fixating on this little bit here? Huh. I don't know. No, that looks like 2 pixels there, but it's only 1 pixel there. It's not being drawn correctly. It's being stretched awkwardly on this frame. More woes. Okay, anyway, we move on. So over here, yeah, this is supposed to be like, man, it looks so good. It looks so close to being exactly what I drew, but it's not what I drew because I didn't do that. And I didn't do that. Anyway, yeah, something like this. And then, yeah, maybe we do darken these colors. As well. Trying to make the world dance. Forget about the price tags. Jesse, you ripped off Alicia. No, don't. That's, look, I can sing much better than that. Don't use that as a reference for Adam singing. I was deliberately downplaying the vocal talent because it wasn't the focus of the it wasn't what we were supposed to be talking about. I mean, I wonder if I could just... And then I got defensive about it. Why would I do that? Yeah, something like that feels maybe a little better. Once it's like locked in. Don't make me sing. You seen that? That SNL sketch? Don't make me sing. Kristen Wiig. Oh, you're making me sing. Don't make me sing. And then she misses the cue every time. She never sings. Yeah, that's great. This feels like I know now what's selected and what's not. And where I see this and I see this 6 as like, oh yeah, that's where I have my available slots. I mean, we could even go like a different color altogether. We could go like a darker color. Probably not worth it. That's pretty cool too, actually. That's not bad either. Don't hate that. Could go like... It's almost like an advent calendar. Yeah. Anyway. Do 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 do. Well, you shouldn't have been saying that. And I'm going to make this exactly 31 pixels. Trim this. And call this selected slot, sprites, UI. Have I got like equip menu somewhere? Ensign, enemy, I think it's like game menu, equipment, accessories UI. Accessory, equip, slot. I don't know what's happened with my default sprite importer. But when I go to it, it's not set as the default. Like single is what it should set, right? If I remove it and then add to it, why is that not what happens when I import a sprite? Does anybody know? Hey Muhani, thank you so much for the sub. I agree, Simon. Subtlety is my friend. So we've got sprite. And then we've got this thing here, which is going to be like underneath this, but it has to be drawn literally beneath it. So like, let's call it like 10,001 with this one as 10,002. This under here needs to scale 1 to 1 with the parent object. And it is grid accessory. What did I call this file? Accessory equipment slot. All right. And we are going to tile this one. And the goal here, oh, I needed to do it in 2 axes. Damn it. I was 1 pixel off. I think this works if I do it like this. If I make it 33 by 33, move this down by 1. The idea is that I can 9 slice it by 1 pixel, just like that. No, that's not gonna work. Well, maybe. Ooh, maybe I should make it 30. Yeah. 1 more in each direction. So as long as this is 32 by 32, we're fine. Yeah. And then if I make this like bigger, yeah, see the outline stays, but the inline is continues to be whatever, subtle. I mean, I do export, but I just like to keep, I like to keep my project files in the Unity project because it just makes it easier to pass them around. For the team, makes it easier for me to track them. Makes it easier to export because the default export location for every ASPICE file is the place where the project file is. So it just saves time and energy. And the files are tiny. There's kind of no good reason to keep them somewhere else. We are continuing to work on accessories. I'm just about to, well, I'm doing the artworking for a lot of the accessories we've already decided on. There's already plenty in the game now compared to where we started. So I'm pretty happy with just polishing the art for these and then moving on to fast travel. I've been trying to catch up to Tej's typing speed. I've hit 95 words a minute. It's a far cry from 151, but it's up from 80. So that's pretty good. $150 is actually insane. Like, I'm typing about as fast as I can. About as fast as I would expect a normal human would be able to type. And then there's just someone who, it just doubles that. I mean, there are people who triple that. Object reference not set to instance of object. What is that? I don't think that's an issue. At least it shouldn't be. Let's just ignore it for now. Yeah, there's something, I think it's like, you have to be able to type at the speed that you sight read, not at the speed that you speak. That's what I noticed that I can actually type a lot faster if I specifically don't say the words in my head as I type them, which is hard to do because I'm very vocal in my head. So like, if I'm looking 2 or 3 words ahead of what I'm typing, I find it's easier to think of it as just a string of characters rather than word, 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 word. Because otherwise I naturally pause and I check that I spelled the word correctly. But if you just go, it kind of like, it just becomes a stream of characters, which is a lot easier to deal with for some reason. I mean, an angry conversation. Yeah, I agree. I think that's probably true. So where is this sprite? It's here. It's somewhere. It's visually in the correct spot. If we just bump it up. Nope. Also, what's going on here? Something really doesn't like what I've been doing. I think it's because actually, let's try again. That's fine. Okay. So this background, where is it? Where is it? Oh, it's sorting layers on default. That's why. Where's the trigger? Where's Dent? I don't understand what it is with these, right? Does anybody know why I can't set a sorting layer at the prefab level? Can you do an accent redeem? Nope. Not right now. It's really annoying because I want to give this a thing. I want to give it a sorting layer. I imagine if I go via the top level, like the parent of the thing, maybe that lets me do it a bit better. but I don't want to have to do that. It feels weird to have to go in here and sift. Yeah, there it is. Why does that do that? Very annoying. Nice. It worked though. That's pretty good. Oh yeah, debug inspector. You think so? Boop, 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 boop. I think you can make it look sketchy if you kind of dither it a bit. Not too much. In fact, if you pick like an even more subtle color, it works even better, I think. But I'll go with that for now. Wow, that actually worked the same. Okay. How did it know? How does it know? Didn't seem to do a great job of the tiling on the north side. Probably because the pivot got moved? No, pivot's dead center. Huh. Hey, iQWERTY list. How to learn game dev. Pick a really, really, really small project. Something tiny, and then work with that. If there's too much to remember, simplify it. Yeah, that is weird. Why is it doing that? Why isn't it giving me the top pixels? Probably because it's tiling from... Oh, the pivot here is... let's go 0.5, 0.5. Does that change it? I wish it did. It's annoying. Why does it draw from... If I make it sliced, it will center it, but I don't want it to be sliced. Tiled, not fill center. I mean, we could do sliced if we wanted to do, the way you'd have to do it for sliced is a bit simpler. You just have to bring this in. So you only get the dithering at the corners. That will still look good. It's not what I designed, but it'll look good. Whoop, I missed something. Hang on. Did I go to school for coding? I mean, I did a little bit of programming at university, if that's what you mean. Yeah, it doesn't really look as good, does it? It's not bad, certainly. The tiling was maybe, I think I preferred it. And actually, if I was going to do it this way, I would probably bring this stuff out. Let's try that. So did I go to like school for it? No, not really. I mean, I went to university and I did some programming there, but it wasn't like a computer science degree, which I think is what most people think of when they think of like going to school for coding. Fun little bit of trivia. We don't really call it school unless it's high school in Australia. I mean, like primary school as well, like elementary. And also our high school starts, we don't have middle school. It's like primary school, high school. We don't have like a thing called middle school at all. So for us, K to 12, those are your school years, and then university is like different altogether. We also don't really have, we have quite a different system when it comes to college as well in Australia. The idea of college is, like we have colleges, but a college is different from university. They're not really the same. They don't have the same meaning. And we don't live at the colleges. Or if you do, it's like, oh, you board there? It's like a different thing. It's like maybe because you're from like another place. But most people board. I mean, most people live in the same city as they study. So as in the city they grow up in is where they study, which means they just live with their parents or whatever. So when people go to university in Australia, that's just tertiary education. College is typically specifically only for, say you want to do like fashion design. You would go to like a fashion college because they don't offer degrees there. They offer like certificates. So if you get a degree from the place, then you're going to a university. That said, inside of the university, we have what are called colleges. So like College of Law is it's like a department basically. Or like faculties, I guess is the other way we call them. But like you would, and the other thing is that we don't have arts. So like the idea of arts, like liberal arts in Australia, that's like one degree that you can get at a university at one of the faculties. So like you don't go to like an arts college. Yeah, like trade schools would be colleges. Yeah. Like there are design colleges. But then trades are different. So we like an actual trade, like if you want to get into like plumbing, you don't go to a college or a university, you go to what's called TAFE. TAFE is like, we call that like a tech, I guess you could say tech college, but like, that's more like, yeah, like literally apprenticeships, like, or like training for things that you need apprenticeships for. So like electrician, plumber, carpenter, you would go to TAFE, which is just like a completely separate tertiary education arm. They're not private. They're like government run, as far as I remember, as far as I know. And you don't interact with people who are doing like university or like even college. You can get an accreditation at a TAFE. You can do some of the same stuff, and then you can use that to go to university. But yeah. Yo, Dragon with Sunglasses, thank you so much for the sub. I just learned of the Primogen when he was on my recommended on YouTube. He got me sucked into Neovim, and little did I know that you had a game jam with him. I did. Thank you so much. Yeah. So in Australia, like most people working in a white collar job go to university, and a portion of them, maybe like 30%, do like an arts degree. But we have this thing about arts degrees where, and I'm sure in America you have this thing about arts colleges too. Like an arts degree isn't worth the same. Like if you want to be like a journalist or like a writer or like a museum curator, you would have like an arts degree. But then everything else, like STEM and law, architecture, engineering, accounting, I guess, like nursing, dentistry, that's all university. Those are like all the other degrees. Even like city planning, that's in like the architecture faculty. Okay, so this is looking good. I don't like that the cursor is drawn underneath. Let's think about where we draw that cursor. Currently, we are drawing it on nothing. Where is the canvas? Here it is. 2000. Wait, how is that even possible? I was drawing those things at 10,000. How are we getting to 2000 alone with this? That means that back on the... Oh, I'm very confused. This canvas is drawn at 103. Oh, well, that's very different from what I thought I needed. Okay. Let's go in this for a second. This canvas has got nothing. And then these, why did I go as far as 10,000 then? It should just be 1,002. But even then, it could be like 102. We'd be fine. I don't know where it saved any of that. Was it in the game engine? I think that's where I did it. UI, menu, canvas. This. All of these. Nope, they do not have overrides. They are totally fine at 101. Okay, inside of this. Ah, there's the overrides. Okay. Oh, but that's just to put them on the UI layer. That's totally fine. I can't apply this though, because that's just like at that layer. Okay. That looks bad. Why are you doing that? Why suddenly you look bad? No. Why are we, hang on a second. Why are we seeing the dotted line offset by so much? So strange, so strange. Okay. Okay. So anything more than 104 and we're fine. And then as we go over, oh, that's fine too. Okay, so let's make it 104 then. Okay, that's pretty good. We're still off because I guess the sprite is sitting at, well, that's only sitting at 102. But I've got this 10,000 nonsense over here. Let's take that away. I'm using Unity 2022. Older version. Because the project's, you know, not a new one. Oh man. Okay. Well, now it needs to be like 105, I guess. Nice, that's good. But then the moving guy, that sprite needs to be at 107 or something. A range pointer. Was updated in a more recent version because all canvas components have render mode with a drop-down screen space, overlay, screen space, camera. No, okay. So I think, Sansum, actually, this has more to do with canvases in prefab mode. So those exist, obviously. Those have been there since 2019 and back, I think, at least. They exist in this project too, but only if you're looking at a canvas not in prefab mode. So there are certain options that are just not available to you. I guess because if your canvas is a child of another canvas somewhere up the chain, that one has control over your sorting order, I guess. I don't know. Or like not the canvas above, but the context above. So outside of prefab mode, there are overrides. After my Z layers in my design Docker, I forget all my bit masks. Yeah. Yeah, this is too far. I don't know why though. Like it's, yeah, I don't know why. So this thing needs, I guess, the problem is that, okay, what happened was the canvas was fine and the typical canvas sorting order basically says that things further down the list get drawn in front. That's fine. The problem is that I want, when I've got an object here, I want it to be, and it crosses over the grids, it needs to be drawn in front of every grid. So I need to basically override the sorting order. But once you start doing it with one thing, now everything needs an override because some things are overriding others. In this case, this image here needs a canvas. And it also needs to override sorting. And then its sorting order needs to be like 110 or something. And yet, it is nowhere to be seen. Probably because the prefab gives it, like when we go up and then we look at it again from game engine, the pointer gets given, and I hate this about Unity. It only gets given its sorting layer here. That's what I was saying before. So like there is no sorting layer. This default doesn't exist until we're here inside of a context for it. Canvases don't have sorting orders unless they're in the world or whatever. So that looks good. Well, I didn't want to have like all of the slots and then all of the items in front as separate objects. Like it kind of breaks my view model situation with my UI. You know, like a UI element should draw everything that relates to it. Do you know what I mean? Like this thing is a row and the row has all of the bits in a prefab. The idea of splitting them out and having them be two separate things is kind of a bit icky. Well, this is looking great. I mean, this is like right now, everything I could have wanted from how this looks and acts. There's probably some little side things that I might want to change about, yeah, see, look at that. Why does it get offset there? It was fine last time I was in this view, and then when I came back, it got ruined. The little dotted grid. Well, that's basically what I've done. Rotate the items. Nah, I don't want to do that. I'm happy with them as they are like this. I just got to make sure the dotted preview is drawn where it's supposed to be drawn. Could it be that we have a bit of a margin? We're drawing everything with some padding or something like that? There is spacing and there is padding, but I don't think that's the problem. Here's the grid. It does have, again, it's got spacing, but I think everything's being drawn upper left. I don't think that the listables have their positions pretty much set. Like that's it there. So the dotted line should be pretty, I mean, it knows where it's supposed to go. So now the question is, why doesn't it go there? Go to your home. It's certainly being drawn in the wrong spot, without question. It's just being drawn wrong. Okay, well, let's find out what's going on there. What is dotted offset? Why do we need you? Offset by half times the pixel size. That seems reasonable. Yeah, sorting groups don't really do what I need them to do. They get overridden by that upper context anyway. I tried this last night. See you, Fallen Knight. So look at this. 136.4949. It thinks that that's the position of whatever this this is. But there's nothing that's actually drawn at that position, as far as I can tell. There isn't anything there. So it's somehow drifted? Has it Tokyo drifted? How do you think so fast? I don't think I think that fast, but also caffeine? Maybe. Do I think so fast? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going on here. I mean, like, it's actually saying like, hey, you can't even move me. Like, every frame I'm being set to this position. And check this out. When we start it up, oh no, it's off. It's off on all of it. Okay, well, that's interesting. And it's off by the same amount everywhere all the time, which is weird. Yeah, what is that? Could we try like parenting the object to where it's supposed to go? And forcing it that way? Z position? No. There's really nothing we can do. But I'm literally assigning the position directly. Hang on a second. Yeah. Position plus offset, that's all I'm doing. I mean, maybe the offset, it could be an issue, but I think the offset is really just, it's just there to say 32 pixels. Could it be that this is no longer 32 pixels, but it is 32? I know it is because it's set that way. Its height is 67, which is 32 plus 32. That's 64 plus the 3 in the middle. 1, 2, 3. So again, no problem there. I don't know. The one sprite you changed recently isn't 32 anymore. Yeah, but that sprite has no bearing on anything. It doesn't affect anything. I mean, I could say 0 here and see what happens. Yeah, I know. I know. Okay. Wow. Wait, it's perfectly centered. So then why is offsetting it by 32 pixels times, why is offsetting this by 16 pixels wrong? That might have something to do with why it's blurry. Should we count them? That's 16 by 16. That's exactly 16 pixels. So then why now is this not 16 pixels? Why is that not 16? Well, that's the 100 by 100 is the pixels per unit. Where is the chatting channel? I think he doesn't read this chat. Yes, I do. I mean, I could make this times, you know, I could do something like this. you know? Which should be the same as saying ultimately that's the same thing. Or at least it should be. And now we can't see it at all. Right, which is why we say times the pixels per unit. Or divided by pixels per unit. That's the 100 in literal Narnia. Hey, Hacking Psycho. Wait, so that's perfect. What? What did I do right that I was doing differently before? And then why is it, what the heck? We're not in, we can't do anything. You think I added a 0.5, but what did I do to add it? Where would the 0.5 go in this context? Like, how would the 0.5 contribute to 3 pixels difference? There was no 6 anywhere, you know? I think I found an error. I think it was, oh, look, it's happened again. What? Is it the second row? We're back. Hey, thank you so much. I don't know how to pronounce your name. It was gone. Couldn't read it correctly. The 3 pixels it includes the gap, I think. I think it includes the gap in the columns. That's what the 3 pixels is. It was always correct. The problem was that we are now, for some reason, not including this little extra bit in the positioning. That's what the 3 pixels is. It's the margin. But I don't understand how that's possible. Thank you. So that's fine. And it's fine there too. Look at that. It's fine. No problem, right? Everything's good. Even good there. Look at that. As soon as I add something that's... No, even that's fine. What the heck? Is it when we leave and come back? No. Is it when we leave and come back after doing this? Nope. Is it once we've got the accessory pouch? Oh. What? 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 So it's only when we've got an accessory pouch. It's off. Okay. Now, how could this be affecting this? What the actual hell is this? How are these things related? It's not even when we're on the third row, it's when there is a third row. So, rows? Hey, Enchanted Cloud, thank you so much. Thanks for the $2. I appreciate you. Oh, I added 1 to the amount of rows when we're checking the bounds. That could be a thing. Maybe it's using that to create margins somewhere. Hey, with the 2000, is that won? I don't know what the currency is. I guess it's the Korean currency. I was just curious what you think of AI. I'll give an answer to that. One sec. Just gotta check something. Okay. All right. I think a very quick answer. I think AI as a tool, it has the power to increase our ability to produce work. And when we produce more work, and the ability to produce work is more accessible to more people, two things happen. One is that experienced people get to do more creative things with the tools. Two is that people who are inexperienced also get to create more. So on one hand, the few people who are very skilled, the few people who are skilled make cooler and more interesting things. But all of the people who are unskilled also make things. So what tends to happen is you get a lot more crap that's generic and uncreative. And it makes the cool stuff that does get created harder to find. That's my thought on AI right now. I also think that it does have issues in kind of making creative people a little bit lazier. It's a bit tempting to try less when the AI can fill in the gaps so quickly. In a world where we value time, I think that's the biggest problem. We have time as a commodity. Everybody values doing things faster. So because AI can do that, the idea of getting something faster, and because that's valuable to us, it disincentivizes us from forcing the AI to try harder, iterating and iterating and iterating, which is what you probably need to do if you want to do something creative with it that's above a human standard. So I think AI is cool, but I think that the way that the world is set up right now, the incentives to make lots of crap are very high. I see you have a fight stick. What do you play? I play Street Fighter. Or at least I used to. Thanks, Sub-Zero. Yeah, it takes a lot of discipline to not make crap. Hover accessory.transform.position. Let's just say we don't set up the size delta. Okay, let's try that. Let's just say we're not going to resize it. I have a feeling the resize is affecting it. Nope. Still bad. Harvard accessory dot transform dot position. It's so straightforward. I can't understand how this could be wrong. It's literally just saying, go where that guy is. Now it's off here, but I think it's off by a smaller amount. Well, that doesn't have the offset at all. The thing is, this version here, is it offset incorrectly? I can't tell because it's behind the item. Oh, I think it's like, no. Yeah. But the thing is, I mean, what would the how there's nothing that I'm going to find interesting by doing this, right? Because it's just going to give me the same value. When you do this, the left side and the right side are going to be the same thing. So it's not going to matter unless the size delta change is going to do something with it, which it could do if it's being centered and expanding based on the size of the object. But I still don't know how that relates to the amount of accessory rows. Like, this mystery has too many puzzle pieces that don't connect. It's something to do with how the offset is calculated, because this looks fine to me. Especially if we go to our... Oh, thank you. This sprite, if I hide it... Oh wait, is this even the right one? Oh yeah, no, it's the arrange pointer. The position here is correct. That's fine. That's dead center. All good. So now it's something to do with what happens when we add that dotted offset. But the dotted offset is only wrong if it's only wrong if the cell count is more than, if the accessory rows is more than 2. Why? All this is supposed to do is move that little dotted line up and to the left. Up and to the left by 16 pixels. That's all it's really supposed to do. I mean, we can say new vector 3.1 times 0.16f. Not new. We might as well do that. And then it has to be not quite, it's not vector 3.1, it's new vector 3, -1, 1. That's it. That's all it's supposed to do. Wait a second. Offset that position by -1, -1. Oh, okay, so it's that. Wait a second. Why is this? Oh, hang on. What is that? Why is it Y up? Why isn't it Y down? Hang on. Hang on. Something's happening here. Why is the pivot for this? I guess it's, yeah, 0 and 1. I mean, we could set its pivot top left. That might be easier. Rounding error. How does that dog not drive me to madness? It does drive me to madness. It's not my dog, and I wish that it was my dog so I could do something about it. Yeah, we could. We could do that. I might try that next. But I would still need the offset, wouldn't I? Oh, okay, it works now. Whatever I did works. So confusing. Okay, well, no need to worry about it anymore. Whatever I did just worked. Something to do with the Y up. The pivot orientation was the thing. Just confirm. No, I mean I would train the dog. I wouldn't hurt the dog. Oh, what? Wrong again. Wait a second. This value is not the same as this value? Oh, you're killing me. I figured it out. Chat, I figured it out. It's not anything to do with the accessory rows. Chat, I figured it out. Oh, pals. It's so much worse than that. I think I know what it is. It's when I pause while it's still zoomed in. It's this camera scale. I was just pausing it really quickly. It's got nothing to do with the accessory rows. Oh, dude. And you know what? That was also what was happening with this, with the rendering. This blurriness. And then I come out here and now it's not blurry anymore. Oh, oh, that sucks so bad. Oh man, that was such a time sink for nothing. I don't know what's going on here though. It's almost like sometimes, well, that works until is it like while I'm trying to do the rearrange, if I quit, then I can't, oh, it's still trying to rearrange. Well, that's interesting. That's probably no good. But it still works. Yeah. Yeah, it's a world canvas issue. It's my fault. It's my fault. The thing is, because of the way Insignia is, it kind of has to be this way. I mean, not the main UI, technically. Technically, the book doesn't have to be in world space. But a lot of the other UI does have to be in world space. Like this text needs to be positioned based on where Armin is. And currently, all of the UI lives on the same layer. I knew something was up. I could tell there was something going on there that I couldn't smell it, but I mean I could smell it, I just couldn't see it. I was like, there's something, this can't be right. All right, let's do the a little bit more. Man, time. The thing is, time gets chewed up if we don't focus. So let's focus. I want to get through this stuff because I'm probably not going to stream tomorrow, and then I've got a public holiday on Monday. We're going to lose a lot of time. So let's lock in, chat. All right. Crimson Band. Let's do it. Thank you, Eyes. Okay, I think this should look kind of a little bit I feel like the vampirism is powerful. Do I make it 64 by 32? That's way too wide. But do I make it 32 by 64? Like a sash? Like a scarf almost. I feel like a cravat. Is it TTE? There's both spellings. Cool. I feel like we need a bit more real estate on this side. if I dream in 180p? Do atoms dream of pixelated sheep? Still a little dark. Morning. Focus mode's over anyway. What are you talking about? I've been out of focus mode for a while. I just didn't press the button. Focus mode is a lie. It's not a lie. It's just selectively true. I do focus. Just like somewhat. Maybe it should all be brighter. We lost something here. The depth is all wrong. I mean, I could do this. You know what? I think there's like a good enough that we need to approach this with. And when lots of people say, hey, Adam, what is that? Then I'll have to say, I'll have to change it. And with the fullness of time, it will be more obvious what needs to change. But right now, I have to let it be what it is. Cool. Good enough. Well, it is a fancy scarf. That's what it is. So hopefully that's enough. But now it needs to go down to 16 pixels only. Which is veritably minuscule. But we're pretty good at this, so no biggie. What are we looking at? 22. I got to drop that down by 4 pixels. 18 is the most I'm allowed for an item. That's 12 by 19. That'll do. Crimson cravat or crimson ascot? Or crimson scarf? Crimson cravat's nice. I think I'm going to go for it. Now, how do we spell cravat? Because I like the idea of double T-E. But it doesn't correct me when I write that. Cravat with an E on the end? It's a French spelling. I think we just use just singular. People will read it more reliably. I want to say blood is spilled. Shines brilliantly. Let's go with that. No, hang on. There we go. Still good, still good, still good. Cool. I like that. Hides bite marks is nice. We're starting to get some culture in this game. Do you know what I mean? Like you can start to feel... I think this used to be a bit smaller. Like once you start getting the key items in there, I feel like it starts becoming a bit more... I don't know what the word is. Like I can feel like, oh, I want to get that, you know? Oh, that item looks cool. How do you get that one? You know, there's like a, it feels like content is, I guess, the word. Hey, Ruined Ruin, welcome. No, you're not distracting me. It's all good. Let me respond to that question momentarily. What is it about backing out of there that doesn't seem to... It seems to break it. Looking better. Okay. Do you have any advice for someone coming into Unity who has experience just with engines that do all the multiplayer stuff with you? For you. Wait, I'm trying to understand. Are you asking about multiplayer in Unity? There is a multiplayer package, I think, that does do a lot for you, actually. Elzak would be a great person to ask about that because he does a lot of multiplayer stuff. I've actually never made a multiplayer game. Wait, when you say multiplayer, do you mean online multiplayer or just like multiple players? If you just mean multiple players, Unity's new input system handles like drop in, drop out multiplayer pretty easily. There's tutorials about how to get that started. It's not too bad. Online multiplayer? Yeah, Unity's got a package for that. So if I go here and then leave, while I'm in picking mode, huh? I think we gotta go, or maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe on open, we should just set to default. Whenever we open. What impresses me is how much everything that seems easy becomes complicated. Well, do you know what I've learned? I think this is a question for like, it's just about game dev in general being incredibly difficult, just as an endeavor. Anything you want to do in game dev that seems easy, it's easy because the developers of games that came before you spent a lot of time trying to make it seem easy. Like convenience is not the same as simplicity. Games that are convenient and fun represent like an insane amount of work. Oh, that's not supposed to happen. This is cool. I'm actually starting to notice like it's getting harder to put these things in. This is like the system at work. With 3 rows, it's pretty straightforward. Yeah, making something intuitive is an insane amount of work. This, I think I want this reckless ring to maybe be like a pauldron or something, like a shoulder piece. And I want to make it maybe, or like a belt, or like a, is there something more difficult about game dev in 2025 compared to 1995? Yeah, actually, I think so. I mean, it's different. There are differences. I think game dev, the thing that's gotten harder about game dev is scope. It's expectation. So back in the day, you would have had, in 1995, the biggest issues would have been like hardware, like having there be very specific constraints around how the game is supposed to be implemented, right? Like memory, like actual data size, loading, that kind of stuff was a big consideration in like 1995. But player expectations of quality of games was much, much, much lower. Like if you play an old game, the amount of jank that's in the average game in 1995 is like way higher than what it is today. And in fact, I would say the biggest thing that players expect today that just wasn't a thing back then, and it creeps its way into everything. It's animated transitions. I know that sounds weird, but as a polish, as a factor of polish, whenever you have a thing that does something and you want that thing needs to exist or disappear or whatever, having things animate in and out, have particle systems, like the level of feedback around communicating the state of a system on every single level is, it makes it so that everything needs to have twice as much code to handle all the different states that it can be in. Like buttons that have hover states, the on hover, off hover, like stuff like that's huge. But the other thing, that's like an example of a bigger problem, which is that player expectations around polish are just like way, way higher, and content and depth. Like if you think about this gets me a lot, actually. It's this conversation around Game Freak. We're going to take 5 minutes to talk about this, then I'm going to go back to work. Game Freak in 1995, 1997, were making Pokemon games for the Game Boy. Those games had cities, they had villages, they had forests, caves, highways and back paths. There's a bike system in that game. There's all these features in that game. And the world is rendered in a Game Boy world. It's sufficiently detailed to give you an experience of being immersed. The standard for detail in a world has gone up so high that the amount of detail that's expected in a game world the size of the original Pokemon now needs like, I don't know, 10 times the staff to make. So like in the past, you would expect, in like 1995, you would expect a new Pokemon game every 2 years. Now, I mean, they still kind of work on a reasonably high cadence, but like the level of polish and what's the word? The level of cohesion, that's the real thing. when you can do a lot of different things, now you need to make sure that everyone's doing the same thing on the team. Like before, with a Game Boy game, you have 4 colors, like 4 level. Well, I don't know if it's 4. It might be more. You have basically levels of gray. That's all you have. So like all of the Pokemon sprites look consistent because they're all just gray line art in pixel art. You fast forward to today, you look at like Pokemon, Violet and Scarlet. Is that what they are? Scarlet, Violet, whatever it is. Those games have such inconsistent design, detail. Everything is kind of like, as a company, they haven't adapted fast enough to be able to churn out content at the volume that players expect, to create the world that meets the same sentiment, that feels the same as it did in 1995. In 1995, it was like, sure, I feel like I'm in an immersive world, but that world is in a tiny little rectangle. Now it's like, no, we've got free moving cameras, we've got, day-night cycles, we've got dynamic Pokemon spawning in the world. We've got all this stuff that like doesn't add to the game rules. It just adds to the layer of immersion, or even just like, I don't even know what you call it, just aesthetic. It's just aesthetic stuff. But players expect that. Players expect something that could have been made by the Xenoblade team for every Nintendo game. And I personally, I think Game Freak kind of suck today. Like I've always felt this way since they moved from the 3DS. Even the 3DS games were not amazing. They have been building on top of their engine and this. I think it's the staff as well, as far as I understand. This can't be the case, but I think it was the case for a long time, that the Nintendo studio, Game Freak, were the same people from 1995 to 2015. It's all of the same key staff were making those games using basically the same technology. The Pokemon engine has just been iteratively going up in terms of what it can do from that long ago. And 10 years ago, they probably should have just switched to Unity or Unreal or something, and or whatever, some other proprietary engine in-house at Nintendo, to just help them make the games better. The way that the Zelda franchise is now, they had a lot of help from, I think it's Monolith is the internal studio that Nintendo acquired that made Xenoblade. They just were making an open world game for the first time. They needed help. Here's a studio we are working closely with, and then they bought it that helps us do the open world. Great. We're going to use their engine. We're going to do it their way. But Game Freak have never done that. And so everything is this very incremental technology change off the back of something that basically started in the Game Boy era. I don't know how accurate any of this is, but that's what I've understood about it. That's what I've been told. So it's really just that the scale is this, the amount of increased investment that a studio needs to make in their titles, and the level of direction and engineering that goes into producing those titles is much, much higher than in 1995. In order to meet the industry standard, you have to put in so much energy to make something as impressive. But the games themselves aren't that much better. At least I don't even, I would say the biggest culprit of this is the Final Fantasy franchise. I feel like they've been suffering for literally, I'm going to say, a decade and a half now, because they cannot stop trying to make movies. For some reason, they just try to make every Final Fantasy game a movie. And an action movie at that. And if you look at their older games, it's these games aren't like this. They're not this complicated. And those are the ones that people look back on fondly. So like, why not just make a game like that? Just make a simple one. Spend like a third of the budget. Use pre-rendered backgrounds, like whatever. But like, give us like the best written Final Fantasy since 10 if you can. I'd be up for that. So what am I missing here? What am I doing wrong? I think I got everything right. Oh, 10 was amazing. 10's, I played 10 again recently. I think it's one of the best games I've ever played. We just haven't really learned to say, as an industry, I don't think that we are in a position. Hang on, it was the spiked. What was the name of the thing that I wanted to do? I got spiked bracer. That's the enemies take damage when they hit you. And then it was the reckless ring. I love the look of this thing. It looks like Bowser's shackle or whatever, but it's going to be a pauldron, I guess. So this is going to be 64 by 64, but it's going to be an L shape. And it's going to be his left arm, which is this way. Yeah. And I just think like, look, somehow there is a fan base for Final Fantasy 16. I don't get it. Personally. I don't understand why people like that game. Oh, hang on. We lost me. Whoa. Okay, we're back. Sometimes my USB hub just like dies and comes back. Yeah, maybe. I don't think FF16 is like I don't think it was I didn't find it good. Like I found it kind of boring. Oh, I like this. That's kind of cool. Even that. Oh, look at that. But yeah, I suppose if I hadn't gone in with any expectations, I mean, it's not, it's hard to say it's bad, but it's just kind of vacuous. You know what I mean? By comparison. Like, I feel like when I'm watching that game, there's so much where I think I see what they're trying to do, and they just didn't get there for me. It just doesn't. I can see what this is supposed to be. I just doesn't do it. Like, there are quests in that game that are not quests. They're just dialogue that goes like there's a quest where you go and talk to a woman at a brothel and she gives you a comb, and then you go and talk to another character and he gives you a badge, and then you go to talk to another character out in a field, and then they tell you to go back to talk to the other lady, and then you go and escort the other lady. Well, there's no enemies, barely. It's like 1 or 2 enemies. You can dodge most of them. To go back to the guy back in the field and he's dead. It's like, this was a quest in like this like cinematic, massive like world. Like this is like, more of a drag than quests in my game, and my game is like a tiny indie adventure. Like, you can't be doing that kind of stuff in this like major, and then like, ugh. It's just like that game is basically Devil May Cry in Final Fantasy's clothing. That's what I don't like about it. And it's not a good Devil May Cry, and it's not a good Final Fantasy. There's so many little things that bother me about it. So yeah, scope in modern games is really hard. I mean, and I'm a victim of it too. Like, Insignia is not an exception to this. Like, if this game could have been a lot smaller, if we as an industry didn't expect our games to be bigger and better, I could have probably gotten away with a much simpler version of what Insignia is. And maybe it's me. Maybe I want to make movies, you know, my games as movies. I complain about it, but it's like, I'm part of the problem, I think. I guess the difference is that the thing that I'm trying to chase is, it's not graphics per se. I'm not pushing technology. And I do spend a lot of energy trying to simplify and make it more efficient. So I don't know, maybe that helps, but like, it's not graphics at the cost of, you know, of gameplay. I don't know. The thing is, I've actually been putting a lot of thought into this recently. I don't know who asked me the question, but since they asked it of me, I was like, something to do with, what would I have cut if I had to? If I had to cut the game down and make it smaller, what would that look like? Or no, the question was, the question was, what was the original vision? Because I said, oh, the vision got bigger, but it was that I didn't think that the game that I was making was marketable at the time. So it had to grow to meet the vision. And then their question was, what was that original vision, the smaller one? What was Insignia before you made it bigger? And the answer to that question is like what was the thing, what were the set of features that I thought Insignia would need to have to be successful back when I started working on it, and why weren't they enough? And my answer to that was, I said, I think I was trying to make something closer to Undertale. That was my answer. I think I was trying to make something closer to Undertale. And by that I mean more driven by story, and less, what is happening right now? Why can't I, there we go. More driven by story and less by mechanics. Like, mostly just the same areas, the same, even boss fights or whatever, but then like the mechanics would have just been basically like attack, dodge roll, you know, get iframes on the dodge roll. Closer to like what Momodora is, you know how Momodora is kind of like a much simpler Metroidvania. It's just more not isolated, but you're sort of it's I don't know what the word is. It's just less ambitious in scope, I guess. And what has changed is that Insignia now, basically the platforming stuff, the action platforming is what Insignia didn't have at the beginning and what it has now. The ability stealing, all that kind of stuff. If I didn't have to put that in the game would be a lot easier to make. Because there'd just be less to teach the player. I'd be on chapter 4 by now, I think, if I'd stuck to that vision. But then the question of like, would that have been enough? I don't know. I don't know if it would have attracted the same audience. I think at the time I said something like, I'm not sure if my writing was good enough to carry the whole game. I'm not sure people would have paid attention for the whole game if I had just done it that way. And I think that's fair. But I could have just gotten better at writing, right? I could have just written a more interesting story. Like, because Undertale, right, is a game that has a much less refined art style. So like if I just had like a really good soundtrack and really funny writing, could I have just made Insignia more like that? Would that have been good enough? For me, I think the reason why I didn't do that was because the path of least resistance on this project has always been in favor of graphics for me. Like every time people pay attention to me, it's because my art's better than it used to be and it's impressive and people want to see how I made it and whatever. Like the YouTube channel, all that stuff happens because Adam puts a bunch of time into his art skills, which were already pretty decent, and uses them to attract the attention of lots of people. I don't know what Insignia as a project looks like without IndieTales. So the idea of me like releasing it earlier is totally valid, but I don't know how I get people to care about it. How does one get better at writing? Yeah, I mean practice, the same as everything else, right? I think so. So I think I really do think that like I don't think I was in a position to make an Undertale style game. I don't think I was that guy, but maybe if I had persisted, I could have been. I don't know. Like, what does that look like? Certainly would be nice to be known for my content rather than just my art skills. Like, I don't know. It's hard to say. I think I am known for my content in a different capacity though. Like my jam games and all that stuff. I feel like people pay attention to that. Not just because of my tutorials. I don't know. I think ultimately when you have this conversation, you end up going down this road of like, okay, this could have been done differently, but could I have done it differently? Or even if I could have, would I have done it differently? Like, we don't get to being in this position if we do it differently. Or at least there's no guarantee we would end up here. So how can we say yes or no or whatever? How can you say anything about what would have happened? But yeah, Insignia probably could have been a smaller game. I think there's a version of Insignia that's smaller, for sure. I believe that. I just don't know if I could have made it. Like, there's a version of Insignia that's got a more charming story, more world building, but simpler graphics. Yeah, I guess so. I guess so. Again, I just don't know if people would have played it if I made it. Would have played that. I don't know. Or I guess the better way to put it would be, I don't know if I could have made that. Like, Toby Fox might have been able to, but I don't know if I could have or would have. I don't know. What was the right word there? Like, I always would have been drawn towards making it prettier. And it being pretty is what people know it as. So, like, how do I separate those two things? Maybe Spikes was a bad choice. Maybe it should be like blocky. I don't know. Let's leave it for now. So, I ran OBS in safe mode, and it... Can you hear me? Can I hear me? Yeah. I ran OBS in safe mode, and the YouTube stream didn't run when I did that, but now it's back. I save everything all the time. So what the hell happened? Software bug in a driver. What is wrong with my drivers? This happens actually a lot. Bug in driver, bug in driver, bug in driver. Lots of driver bugs. What is wrong? YouTube can't hear you. Wait. You can't hear me? Hello? YouTube? Oh, YouTube can hear you. There you go. Sorry. My brain didn't read properly. Can you scroll to the bottom? I think it had a device. At the very bottom. Oh, this is older. Realtek PCIe, and this is the Wi-Fi controller, I think. Oh, we can try it. Imagine if it's just my Wi-Fi driver. One sec, pals. NDIS driver. PCIe NDIS driver. I don't really know what it would be that I would have to download. Maybe it's this one. What the heck? I literally cannot read this. Okay. Why are they using a captcha for this? Like, what do they think's going to happen? People are going to download their drivers? Bots are going to download drivers? Your captcha code is match. Thank you, Realtek. This might drop the stream if it needs to reset the Wi-Fi. So fingers crossed. Windows Update should be able to find the latest driver for you. Oh yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, well, in the meantime, you can always wishlist Insignia while we wait. Thank you everybody for supporting me. I am hugely grateful for the support that you've given Insignia by watching the stream and giving your feedback. And if you haven't already, please go and wishlist the game. Thank you. Okay, well, apparently nothing happened. I don't know. This has saved everything. I guess the A-Sprite file we were working on might be gone, but we can have a look. Spiked bracer, no. It was called Reckless. Still good. Nope, still good. Okay, well, we'll just keep working, I guess. Yeah, man, that dog sucks. Cannot stand it. And it gets like this when its owners are just like away. Like they just leave. Or sometimes it'll act like that and they'll just yell at it. Like they're not even, they don't think, oh, we should probably attend to our dog. It's more just like, shut up. It's like, but it's your dog. It's barking because you're a bad owner. Thankfully, I'm sort of used to it at this point. I don't really think about, like, it's annoying, but I don't hear it. I don't consciously hear it that often. I'm sort of able to ignore it most of the time. He says. He says, lying. Is resize okay in Sprite but not inside Unity? I mean, resize in Sprite is a completely different thing to resize in Unity. Like, you're talking about changing how big the pixels are versus changing how big the pixels get drawn. Or I should say, changing how many pixels get used to represent something versus changing how many pixels how big the pixels are. Those are totally different things. If you change how big the details are in a sprite, well, now you just update the sprite to look correctly, to look the way that you want it to look. If you change how big the pixels are, that's doing something else. That's like an output question. That's like singing better versus auto-tune. Like here, I'm making a decision to use only two spikes in the small sprite because at this scale, I'm not able to really appreciate them properly. That's like a design change for the purpose of the icon. To me, that's like that's me appreciating the fact that this needs to be designed differently to fit where it's going. If you just scale something in Unity, you're not doing that. Like, you'll basically never see me scale down art in Sprite and then just leave it that way and then export it. That's almost in essentially 99.9999 times out of 100. I'll have to do something to it. You know what I mean? So, how big are we looking now? 18 by 18, it's perfect. Now, is it the middle 18? Yes. So this was my favorite sprite. It's such a shame it's going away. It's super colorful. I might need to put more, I might need to reconsider these. Because that's such a cool sprite. And what it's getting replaced by is not as cool. In my opinion. Any gameplay elements? Oh, no, not at all. No, Insignia has basically nothing to do with Undertale as a game. It's really just a question of like what that game did and how it sort of built an audience, or like what it means to its audience. Oh, that's no good. Oh no. Because you can put something here, but this thing is not showing that. Damn it. How am I going to draw that? It's going to be really hard to do. Yeah, now we got to tile it. Unless I just make it a square. Maybe we just don't support anything that's not a volume. Well, the L shapes are kind of cool. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like 4 is a lot. 4 is a lot to dedicate to this. This is, oh man, this is starting to look really cool though, right? They're all very dark. I might need them to be much more colorful, but it's cool looking at them and going, what does this all do? These ones are both spiked. I don't love that. I might redraw this to be like more just bulky. Insignia is so different. Look how much HP I've got. It's such a different game all of a sudden. I'm poison to spiders now. Not spiders, to bees. He got up and died immediately. Oh, ho, ho, ho. How much money we got? $180. I can knock this out by rolling at it. Yeah, it's true. Vampires don't need food. Oh. Well then. Well then. All right. Well, cool. That's fun. Yeah, for now, let's just make it 4 and we'll just update it so that the strap goes across there. I just need to figure out wishlist insignia. Hold. How does this even work? Oh, it's just like a belt that goes across. Okay, well, we can do that. It's basically this. It's just like a more better version of this. And the buckle goes there. It's really, it's a real, what's the word? Having more pixels is a blessing and a curse. I think one of the cool things about pixel art is it gives you it forces you to think about shapes when you're working with fewer pixels than you want. Let's just take this, like, here we go, like this detail here. Let's just take it away. Why is it, what is it there for? What's it helping us achieve? You know, question it. Question the choices. Now, I don't know how that's supposed to work. We're going to find out. How does this work? It looks like that actually is more just like a it's such a GPT thing for me to do just now. Just be like, buckle goes here. It's probably more like a stud here and then a buckle here. That was such a mid-journey moment. Probably could just not show this. Nah, you kind of need it, but I feel like maybe just a bit different. Just simplify it a bit so that the shapes are just easier to read all together. I'm really not happy with it, but you know, it is what it is. Let's just move on. As I said before, we can figure out how to make it better later. Gosh, I really don't like it though. Too complicated, too messy, too much going on. Like, what is this? She'll be right. Anyway, now it's 4. Like, what is all this? Anyway, maybe I'm being too critical. Cool. Oh, the bracer. Ah, okay. Well, then I move this over here and I put the bracer here. Yeah, that's what I want. That's the thing that I want. I wanted to do that. What I just did in that moment. That's the moment the player needs to have. Like, which one do I want? Do I want the magnet ring? The ring of comfort? The problem that I've identified with this that I need to fix before we move on, before I release the demo, or send it off to publishers is, can anybody tell me, this is a game design pop quiz, what's wrong with this system? So you've got this page. You can select things from here. You can shuffle things around. There's something critically wrong with the user experience of this menu. Nope. Nope. Spectra's got it. You can't tell what the items do before you assign them. You need to be able to compare things, right? So whatever method that we use to showcase the information, right now, we're not doing enough to explain to the viewer, to the player, okay, I've got the magnet ring, I know what that does, but what do I do with, how do I compare the magnet ring to the ring of comfort? How do I decide which one I want? I can't tell what the ring of comfort does from here. That's the problem. So the process of picking and choosing is not functional this way. Now, I think this might be solvable by replacing this view, maybe, when we select this, with this view. So you put this on the left side. So either you stack them so that basically this always shows the description, and then this view changes to this when I'm hovering. That's one thing. Or, as Chartle suggested, we do a tooltip system. That's the other solution. So you have like, as I'm hovering over the weapons or the items or whatever, we see a little like popping out here what the thing does. Are you going to have special add-ons if certain items are put in a certain order? No, not yet. At least I'm not expecting it. Has to be a tooltip. I think I agree that tooltips are probably... Oh, maybe. Oh, hang on a second. If we do it the other way, if we have this and then we focus this and these are on the same page, maybe we could do something like a comparison check, like we show both descriptions at the same time. That could be interesting. I don't hate that idea actually. Well, Sangsam, that's a bit of a quality of life thing. It's fair what you're saying, but I don't know if I would go to that effort just yet. Maybe before release, but maybe not yet, not now. It's hairy. I know what you're trying to say. What you are suggesting that you want to be able to do is you want to be able to say put something here, and then from here when I press right, this little square fills the entire square here, and then when I press left, the problem is that my selection is now a volume or an area. And how do I know which of these two boxes I go to when I go right from this 2x2? Yeah. And then if it's a 3x3, like it's a little bit, I've done it before. It's not like impossible. It's just like introduces more problems than it solves. So, accessory system, where is it? Equip menu. So let me show you what I was thinking. So this was the tooltip approach. It's doable. Yeah. Look, the point-to-point thing with areas is doable. It's just not nice. It doesn't give you a lot. That's all. So this is okay. I don't hate this. I would be okay with it. It's probably the solution I'll go with. The alternative was you get this. So you're looking at where is the little? So it's this view into this view. My only issue with this is that you want to be able to see how much space you've got around the item. If I select this item here and I've got like no empty space anywhere around it, I should only be able to, well, what do? I have to somehow be able to tell. I can't tell from here. I can't see what any of the grid is. So when I'm hovering over some of these and I'm seeing how big they are, how many grid spaces they take up, I now have to leave this menu to check to see what the environment looked like, which is bad. So in a way, I kind of need to see all three at the same time. You need to be able to see this, you need to be able to see this, and you need to be able to see this. There was one other thought, which is you do exactly what we're doing here, but you swap these two. That's what I love about Figma. That's why Figma is really cool, that I just was able to do that. So this is I don't know how to think about it. It's kind of a different approach. What it does is prioritizes selecting items, and then we swap the orientation. So this is more like, hey, I have all of these items and I want to put them in here. Pick an item, put it in. Pick an item, put it in. There's something there that's kind of interesting. Because you're deciding what you want and then you're deciding how to fit it. Whereas here, what we currently have, it's fundamentally a little different because you are... I probably should have copied and pasted that. Hang on. The difference there is that here you're saying, here is my grid. Here is what I have equipped, and I want to put something in there. And I don't know what I want to put in there yet. I just want to put something in there. The alternative is if you see it this way, you don't have to make that selection. You can just do, and just bounce over to this list. So you can do it both ways. If you see them both at the same time, you just move the cursor over and pick from the list and then place it. That's totally, to me, that also works. I do have a preference for seeing your current selection on the left side. I feel like that's I know I just said it was cool to kind of pick something and then place it, but I also think it's cool to see your selection on the left side because it's kind of primary. What you have equipped is your gear. It is your equipment. This is kind of more of an index. It's like telling you what kind of equipment you could put in there based on your inventory. It's not an inventory page. It's an equipment page. So I think this is promising. How are you going to constrain the builds using the tiling geometry of available slots? Like, are there only so many valid Tetris? Like, there are only so many valid Tetris configurations. I'm not sure what you mean by that. How are you going to constrain builds? Well, the point is that the more powerful things are bigger. So you constrain the builds by forcing the player to choose between a few very powerful things or more or less powerful things. And the core, if I was to make a build, the idea, my intuition says, let's just say, for example, I've got this magnet ring, and I've got this, I don't have it here, but say I've got a few powers, right? Let's say I've got 3 powers. One gives you more money when you defeat enemies. The other gives you HP back when you get money. And the third one doubles the value of money drops or something like that. Something crazy. So you've got these 3 like money powers that change the way the game makes the game play differently. One of those things, like the core of it, maybe the enemies drop double money, would be a really big piece. It might be like a 4x4, or like, not a 4x4. It might be like a 3x3 even, or a 2x2. Probably a 2x2. Right now, I don't. Oh, it could be 3x2. That's the one size I haven't tried yet. 3x2 feels like a reasonable size. So at that point, it's like, oh, that looks really cool that I can do that. Being able to just, oh, that's not what I wanted actually. But yeah, you can't have multiple, you might be able to do multiple 3x2s when you fill the whole thing, but not many of them. So you have like one thing that's like massive, one thing that's medium sized, and one thing that's like smaller. And that's like your build. And if you want someone to not be able to do 2 builds, well, they can't because the critical components are too big to fit together in the one build, such that you've got 2 completely different logistics going on. Like this is vampirism, and then I have to kind of take this away to keep the vampirism thing going, because this does damage. This does damage when I roll. Sorry, This does damage to enemies that damage me. This gives me back health when I damage enemies. And then this damages enemies when I roll. So this is like peak vampirism right here. You want that. But that's like already, that's 8 of my slots just taken up from that. This gives me back a little bit of HP. And then I've got to put my sword in here too. So actually I can't do that. Now I've got to do that and that. That's a whole build. I just took up more than half of the total slots I can have in the whole game just to do vampirism. Except it thinks that I've still got things equipped. It's not quite right. It thinks I've got the magnet ring on instead of the... I wanted the... Yeah. Hang on, do I get health back when I roll? I totally do. Damn, that's so broken. That's so broken. That's fun though. It's broken in an amazing fun way. I roll through something 10 times. Blah, 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 items here, blah, 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 items. Blah, 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 description selected square, blah, blah, description new item. What? I don't think that... Chartle, you got 3 descriptions and you got 1 grid. What about the list? The left one is the list. How? Oh, this is all of the... Oh, this little thing here is every item you could put in here. And these are the 2 items compared side by side. That's an interesting one. I don't know how I feel about it. Kind of don't like it. I feel like when selecting this, you should be able to see this. Yeah. I think it's just important. Do you know what? I honestly don't think you need to see 2 things at the same time. I think it's just important that when you're browsing this, you can see the descriptions. That's the biggest thing. For me, it's seeing as I'm going through this list that I can see what the thing is that I'm selecting and what it does. I can remember what I had. That's fine. It's just that what do I want to replace it with is important. I think that's going to get me 85% of the way there. So, okay, here's a question. Do we hack in fast travel right now? We're not going to get there. We've only got half an hour left of the stream. Or I think we got to finish this. There's actually something else. couple tasks. One is we need to make it so that there's a tutorial to teach the player to equip items when they make the sword for the first time or get any equipment for the first time. Maybe and then there's something about like, what happens if you have two swords at the same time? Can you equip them both? How do you stop people from doing that? This was mostly to do with the fact that in the first quest, you make a sword for a guy. And players were expecting to be able to put it on in the demo last week. And they were like going to their inventory. And I'm like, yeah, you did make a sword. You just can't use it right now. Yeah. It's more just like I have to develop that feature, that functionality. Also, like, right now, weapons are not considered accessories. Weapons are like a different data structure that I can take away what they do. Oof. So my options are weapons. Maybe like weapons have accessories of them, and when you equip the accessory, you're equipping the weapon. Maybe. It's not accessories. It's not weapons are accessories. That doesn't make sense. But then this is more about like equipables. Maybe I should have renamed accessories earlier on. Is there going to be a reason not to have a sword equipped? Do you know what? It's a couple things. One is that there are times in the game when you don't have the sword. Or you don't have any sword. In the story. That's the first thing. The second thing is I kind of want the sword as just like an obstacle. You know? I just want it to be a thing you can't move, or like a thing you have to navigate around. So just the fact that there is an equipped state in the game means it kind of makes sense to have a slot where you have to equip the weapon. Hey, Becky Regan. All right. Well, what else? Let's just do one more accessory. At least. Or should we do the tooltip? We'll do that next. Determination ring is actually kind of interesting. I haven't implemented it yet. Ring of comfort, that can stay the way that it is. Tenacity ring is cool. I think that's going to be like a critical health. Will you be able to rotate the sword? Nope. So this is if your previous HP was not critical and you took a blow that would have killed you, you have 1 HP left. So what's better? What's better? Hang on. Do we... No, knockback's not something I want to change much in the game. Any platforming stuff I need to keep locked. Let's do the tooltips. Is this, hang on a second. Let me stop and rewind. Zoom out, zoom out, zoom out. Is this priority right now? I feel like I'm on a roll with the accessory stuff. I feel like I'm on a roll. I might as well round it out. Let's think about what we need to do to finish the accessory stuff. So it's like, all right. So let's do, I guess I have to do all this stuff. Like, what am I, what else am I going to do? Muchas gracias por los tutoriales de Pixel Art. Aprecio mucho tu trabajo. Gracias. De nada. Okay. Oh, this is Figma. It's just a UI design app. So tooltips in the UI. Let's get that done. Now, the easy thing I could do is make a dialogue text. That's easy to do. I can literally just put some dialogue over it. That's kind of like a tooltip. Will I need a picture though? Let's check what information I would put in the dialogue. It's mostly just text, right? So yeah, I could hack this. I could hack in the text box for that, because this would be the name of the thing. So it would be like, whatever, accessory dash. That's like the character's name. What I don't have is this, which I would love to put in both the dialogue system and in this thing, a little pointer. It's quite hard to do in pixel art, and even logistically it's hard to do. What's your use of Figma for game development? I use it as my GDD and my task tracker. Let's try invoking the dialogue system. The only problem is the dialogue system does not typically expect for you to not be interacting with it, although Pillow's menu has one as well. Let's use that. So it's really this. Oh, okay. It doesn't need like a floating dialogue system. It just needs to be the dialogue and then the Text Mesh Pro. But it needs to, does it not need to scale? I guess I just make it so that he only takes up 2 lines of talking at most. I don't like that though for the tooltips. Yeah, because especially with localization, you want more than 2 lines. That's the whole point. All right, maybe we have to build something a little more complicated here. I don't want to build a whole new thing. But I also don't want to overload this system because it's already so packed. It's already doing so much stuff. All right, let's try it though. Okay, so what do I have to do? I have to go to here. And then drop this here. Okay. So far so good. Means I could just put this wherever. Oh, it'd be cool to get him Armin saying it. That's kind of nice. Not a fan of the text being the same color, but that's okay. We can fix that. Okay. I mean, if we just drop that in, does that do anything? It disappears immediately. In fact, what actually happened? So it's there, but the alpha group, the canvas group is set to 0. If I bring it back up, no, it's still set to 0. So it's telling us that it should be 0. If I go back up to full, it's there, but it doesn't have a height or a width. And it's not going to be able to do much until I tell it to do something. Okay, well, that's not bad. That just means I need to give it some instruction. Oh, thank you, Rune. So this is a dialogue target. We have set text. So actually, if we go to dialogue target, this should tell us everything we need to know about how to use it. So we can open it and we can set the text. That's a good start. let's see if we can do that. First thing we need to do is go to equipment menu and create a dialog target property so that we can access it. Let's just do it on open. Okay. There it is. Bow. What happened? Opacity transition. I mean, sure, this would be nicer if it was in awake. Or even on enable. I don't think it's going to make a big difference here because it's already disabled. So what's going to happen is this is a lazy loading issue. It's like you haven't opened, it's never been enabled in the scene. Therefore, it hasn't been awoken. So when I start it, it's going to go, whoa, you trying to open this? Oh, hey, you can't open this. It hasn't even woken up yet. We don't even know what opacity transition is. So instead, you gotta kind of go back to the floating dialogue and then go, how do we instantiate this sooner? Now, the lazy loading thing is the easiest thing to do. It's not my favorite. So here on open, we are basically, if we try to do this even one frame after this, it'll be fine. Or if we use the floating dialogue system, that's like the main floating dialogue in the game, that will already have been opened. So it's possible we could actually use the singleton version of this. We don't actually need it to be a unique thing. Technically speaking, it feels better that it would be its own. Because like if there's a cutscene happening and then you load up into the menu for some reason through the cutscene and then someone wants to keep talking. I mean, maybe. Yeah, it feels better this way. It feels better this way. So, actually, no, that won't hurt. Oh man, this is hard. I don't think this looks for input at all. Yes, it does. Oh no, this is the equipment menu. Does this input? No. So actually I could do whatever I want here. But I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave it. So let's, okay. Let's wait a frame. Start coroutine, setup text. Maybe that's enough. Can you, is there such a thing as waiting in multiple frames? Oh, hang on. Did we get there? Nice. Oh, perfect. Okay, we're good. Awesome. Wow. Okay, so this might be way, way faster than I thought it would be. Man, this is like good game dev, I think, does this. You know, where you just go, I can solve this with something that I already have. Like, I'm sure old, like classic Final Fantasies would have done this exactly this way. Like, you've only got one text display system, so just use that. Why roll a new thing? So that's UI 300. Perfect. Yeah, great. Amazing. Okay. Oh, wow. You actually just yield return null for every frame that you want. Interesting. Huh. Never thought about that. That's pretty clever. All right. Perfect. So now we just need that to show up underneath. That'd be very easy. I'm sure tooltip is one word in most Windows stuff. Probably doesn't need to be camel case like that. Hey, hey. All right. Thank you. It'll only be for publishers initially, but I'll be needing your help testing it. So maybe like next week, or even now, we could probably do some testing soon. Like we could do beta stuff because like, you know, we don't want to be sending it to publishers like, that's looking good. We don't want to be sending, oh man, so good. So we need to subtract the height when we put it above, and we need to make it like 0.5 instead of 1. Does it have a transform? Tooltip is a what? Dialog target, which is a mono behavior. It might have needed to be a plus. It's coming along. Yeah, my brain's not. I'm still figuring it out. Hang on. Oh, wait, hang on. I think I needed to put it outside. Oh, hang on a second. I think I know what I'm doing wrong here. I think this dist needs to happen. Yeah, hang on a second. This is all jacked up. First of all, we don't need to multiply by dist. You can just say negative dist. So if it's on the top half of the screen, the offset goes underneath by the dist. Plus, so negative that. Otherwise, it's up. If we're in the bottom half, it needs to go up. No, I think it might have been the other way around. It needs to go, it's negative dist. Top half. If it's up here, let me just think about this for a second. If it's here, its position is, oh, we add the dist. Yeah, okay. Yeah. If it's on the bottom half, we just place it above and that'll be it. Because it's bottom anchored. Not quite. Where is the anchor? That's probably the better question. It's there. So shouldn't it be... Yeah, isn't that right? Shh, don't worry, Jodel. Let's ignore this for a second. Is this doing its job? So I think we need to do the opposite, maybe. Let's take the offset away for a second. All together. We'll work it out. Okay. So, first thing you gotta do is add the offset, always. But the offset is either gonna be above or below, depending on what it is. So if we're up the top, it should be down the bottom. If we're at the top, it should be negative some distance. Otherwise, it should be positive the distance. Okay, that's the first thing. I should also be using hot reload for this. This is exactly what hot reload's kind of made for. Okay. So it is below. That's correct. But we now need to include, for this top half one, the tooltip height. And the value is 54 pixels. Okay. Sure. That feels like it's not. Feels like a lot of distance. But is it really 54? I mean, we could halve it. Maybe it's multiplied by the pixels per unit. Okay, we're back. That's pretty good. And half of that. Nice. Okay, now we're in a good spot. Okay, so let's get some more accessory slots. Okay. But when we're below, the offset is too high. So do we even need the offset when we're below? Yes, it just needs to be half of that. Okay. That's it. It's a little, is it a little intrusive? Maybe it can be like 0.7, 5. I think we kind of want to see the thing that's a little bit off. Now, we could also just put it up here if we really wanted. I had been making this game all by myself, and then I had a team for about 8 months, and now I'm trying to finish what I'm doing right now so I can get some funding so I can rehire the team. You'd put it below. There's not a lot of space. Let's just keep it like this. Let's keep it like this. So to make this work, I would change the color a little bit. And I would maybe give it the pointer. And then when I select this, well, I guess first of all, we always want to see these accessories here. A bookmark, that's kind of cute. But how do you, bookmarks are vertical. Don't think about it. We could still make it one. That's fine. So it's working. It's working. It's just that when we select these, we also want this to be, so in picking mode, we want to select, we want it to be underneath the thing that we're currently picking. Oh, okay. Doi. Pretty confident in this. I'm not sure it's the right solution, but as it's functional, like in terms of it doing what I need it to do right now. Yeah, sure, that's easy. It's a bit in the way. Maybe we need like a toggle to turn it on and off. Boom, just like that. Oh, magic. The joy of not having to do anything. This could have been like hours and hours and hours of UI programming, and instead it's like, I mean, that's totally functional. This is not amazing. Maybe the tooltip only needs to show up for the second part. No, it doesn't have to be. We can change it later. I kind of like it not being around. When you're like just looking at stuff. If we kept the pages the way they are right now, it is a little weird. Maybe there's more info we can show underneath here. It feels a bit weird that we see this info and then we click here. I don't know. Or should this be like a summary of all the things we've got? This. Like all of the effects that are currently on us. I don't know. Let's just use it for a sec and see how we feel about it. Okay, so I got the Reckless Pauldron, Spike Bracer, but Thinking of putting on the ring of comfort. Yeah, already that's kind of annoying. Maybe we always do below for these. I feel like it never hurts us to put it below, so let's just do that. Oops, other way. And then we could probably afford to make it like back to 50. I think it needs to be a little narrower. Hey la puce. Do we have any tips? Yeah, call me Adam. But other than that, be okay with just working while you're working and not worrying too much about the viewer count. Try to have a webcam and a camera if you do. Yeah, stream regularly if you can. Don't think too hard about it though. Just have fun. Now, our max HP should come back. Which is not good. Okay, that's a bug. I feel like we can make it a little narrower, the tooltip. Let's get rid of the little button prompt. Let's make the max width narrower. 250. That's way better. Oh, that's so cute. Yeah, when it's not blocking the left-hand side of the screen, it's fine. I would even go make it a little bit smaller again. Or bring the margins out just ever so slightly. The safe zone for it. So the safe zone's 32 pixels. Let's make it 16. Let's make this like 240. Ah, yeah. Maybe it should be always above rather than always below. Is that the better way to think about it, maybe? It's a little awkward. I mean, technically, if you've already seen the ones above, then it is where it is, you know, it's fine. Yeah. It's just that, like, it's kind of so far away right now that it's hard to know what you're looking at without a little arrow. It does look like it wraps around the book. Let's bring it a little bit closer then and take the name away. I kind of like the name there. Also, I don't know how to get rid of the dash without changing the way that the thing fundamentally works. I think you should make it look like what it should look like for your game. I don't think you should try to make it look like mine. Okay. It's probably too light, but let's just see what happens. It's going to be way too light and the wrong color. Yeah. Why do you look like that? Oh, because it couldn't do sliced when I first imported it because of the way that it is. It's actually not so bad. Hang on. It's kind of okay. I don't hate that. What I will do though is use the old palette. I think that's mostly fine. Or is it too similar? Could bring it up a little bit more. I think that's great. We could bring it like ever so slightly closer. I almost feel like now though, when I look at it, man, it's tough. I didn't need to do that, damn it. Pretty good. It would be nice to have a button I can press to. Oh no, I can see it here. Okay, well, in that case, I guess I'm doing it right. I just need for this to not say unarmed. On Steam, for like 25 US dollars. Maybe less, but around that number is probably the closest. That's a guess. I don't really know. It depends on what a publisher says. Oh, the coyote time on that. Whoa! Yeah, I think there is more stuff you can put in the bigger description. I just don't have any reason to put it in yet. Like you could do the item value, like item as a definition. It tells you what kind of thing it is, like trinket, accessory, upgrade, whatever. This is the accessory menu, so you're not going to see that. Name, description, sprite, value is another one. How much money it's worth. But again, you can't sell these. So maybe I don't have any other things to put in there. I could say how you got it. Like the quest you got it from. It's probably not relevant. All right. What's your current number of wish lists? Well, we've had the page up for 2 weeks now. And the last time I checked it was past 3,000. So I don't know how many it's at now. It did slow down quite a bit. Speaking of which, if you haven't wishlist Insignia, you should go ahead and check that out. This is the game that I'm working on. I do it here on stream. If you want to support what I do, go ahead and hit that green button. It helps me out immensely. Thank you. It's crazy that Gamealytic knows that information. How does it know that? What about like It's actually totally right though. Like that's pretty close. How does it know how many wish lists? Oh, wait, how did you wish list insights? Wait, is this for released games? For unreleased games, it's public. Interesting. That's interesting. So like, there's a game called Haste. How many wish lists they got? Oh, it's out already? Oh, I guess it's out already. Okay. What's a game? I don't really want to go into this. All right. Well, I got to go, pals. It was a pleasure, but I got dinner arrangements to make. This was pretty good. Still a lot of stuff to do. 175k copies cold is insane. Will it be Mac OS compatible? The demo currently is, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it will be on the final release. Possibly. I don't see why not. Yeah, man, 175 goes crazy. 175k. What's how much is this game? I've played it a little bit at GDC. It $30. Wow. Yeah, it kind of like it didn't knock my socks off, to be honest with you. It looked cool, but I wasn't sure I could. I mean, I didn't play that much of it, so I'll be fair. I have been seeing it on TikTok for ages. Who we raid? Where are we dropping, boys? Yeah, I saw it way before it was even called Haste. It looked really, I mean, I think it's one of those games where like the first 2 seconds is enough to explain to you what it is. And it doesn't change drastically from that, but that's enough. Still at that price point, I feel like it needs to have quite a involved gameplay. It looked like mostly just a roguelike, kind of like Slay the Spire kind of thing at the time. But maybe $30 for that is what people pay these days. Maybe I'm undercutting Insignia. Undercutting? Underselling? Undervaluing? All right, let's look at Milan Rod. Is this English? Yeah. All right, thanks everybody. It was a pleasure. I had a lot of fun. Hope you did too. If you like my content, go wishlist Insignia. That's all I'll say. I'll see you all probably not tomorrow because it's public holiday. I don't know what's happening. If I'm doing something, then I'll not stream. If I'm not doing something, then I'll probably stream for a bit. And then I'll see you like Tuesday next week or Monday, depending on what's happening. I don't know. I'll see if my wife wants to have a holiday. All right. Thank you, everybody. It was a pleasure. That's it. That's the stream. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the IndieTales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.